Hi, everyone. I'm Tisuri Pereira, and I will be your lecturer for the business environment and organization dynamics from today. And online, we have Afika. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Could you
miss.
please? Uh, So, I will be. Yeah, you can sit down. You have completed all level, right? And what about you, Afika? What have you completed? All level or A level?
A level, miss.
Okay. So I will be anyway. I have heard that you already had another lecturer, but anyways, I will be starting from the very beginning. Okay. So for our today, I will be giving you an introduction to the business environment and organization dynamic. So today, anyway, we will try to cover the introduction part. Okay. So So I think before going on to the business environment part, I will tell you what is business, what is a business. Okay. So a business is an economical activity. So a business is an economical activity. Hello. Sorry, I'm late. It's okay. I also just laughed. What's your name, please? And what have you completed all in the So anyway, I will be covering this subject from the very beginning. Okay. So today I will be doing an introduction on what is business environment meaning. So before going to say what is business environment, say what is a business because then it's easier for you to understand. So a business is an economic activity where people or organization produce, buy or sell products or services with the intention of earning a profit. So basically it's an economic activity. Economic activity means you are understanding what I'm saying, right? Economic activity means like where a company or an individual, they try to produce, buy or sell any sort of product or services with the intention of fulfilling consumer human needs and wants. So that's the main purpose of a business. It has to satisfy some sort of a human need or want. Then, in order for it to be a business, it needs to produce, buy, sell, distribute. They have to do those parts. Then, the third one, there should always be an intention of earning profit. They are not just doing out of charity, they're doing to earn profit. So if any sort of any sort of economic activity has these like those three what we call conditions, then that's what we call as business. So let's if we talk if we take Kapruka as example, you can see in their website we have so many variety of products and services that we can choose and buy, right? So and why do they display those products and services? Because they know ultimately as consumers, we would at least want to buy some of them. That there's a need that that people really want to buy any of their product or services to satisfy any of the needs or want, right? And then they of course maybe they don't do the production part. They mainly interact with other suppliers, get their product, and then they advertise on their website, then they distribute, they do those parts. Then of course ultimately they do those stuff because they want to earn a profit, and that's why there's always a price tag under each of these what you call products. So that's a business, right? So you have a clear idea of what a business is, right? Okay, then we will move on to what is business environment. A business environment is consists of all the factors and conditions that impact have an impact on your business operations as well as on your business decision. And this impact, it can be positive as well as negative, right? And the main reason we should this business environment can exist. But why do we have to be concerned about the business environment? It's dynamic, it's ever changing and ever evolving, right? So the business environment that you have today maybe won't be the same business environment that you will have a business after at least 2 or 3 days, even after a month. So you always have to, monitor what is the current business environment for today. So if we take example of online delivery, before the COVID, I think as a country like Sri Lanka, we were not aware of like what online deliveries. So if we want to go to a retail like Cargill's, Skills, what we mainly did was we visited their the physical facility and then we did the purchase. But after COVID, there were so many travel restrictions, people were unable to leave their homes. But still, they had the basic necessities that they want to fulfill. They still need those products. So that's where those retail outlets like Cargill's, Skills introduced that online and food delivery services. So see, that previously we didn't have like a need for such a delivery app, but the business environment changed. The environment that your business was existing changed. So then they had to change their business model according to that as well. So that's what business environment is about. Okay. Then, right. So now this will explain the importance of business environment. So here, if we like, this is the whole environment. If your business exists within this business environment, here there is input, right? And then there is process. That's our. So this whole big rectangle is environment, and this whole thing is your business. Now I will tell you why business environment is important for a business, right? So what businesses ultimately do is they produce a product or services for people to buy or consume, right? And usually they produce that, as I mentioned before, they produce that product or services ultimately for to customers, because they want to consume that product and services, right? So ultimately the output of a business is the product or services, and who will use that product or services? Consumers. In order to produce this output, what they need is they need ingredients, right, or materials. So maybe they will need raw material or labor, maybe even the infrastructure, the facility. They need all of that as input to create their output at the end. So, now I'm going to explain how the business environment comes into display. So if we, so here we say input are raw material, labor, the infrastructure. All of these are part of your business environment. Then if we talk about output, we ultimately give it to who? Our consumers. Consumers are also part of your what you call the business environment. So ultimately, the whole process of of you, how you sell your product, to how you produce your product. It all ultimately depends on your business environment. So if we take that same example of delivery thing, here the output was the way for consumers to purchase product and services without leaving their premises. That's the need. That was the need. That's that kind of output. It's what the consumers needed at that time. So then what they did was they changed their input. With the resources they had, now they had to introduce a delivery. And even now they have to maybe what we call have partners with Picme and other delivery service providers in order to provide that service. So they did a change in their input as well. So that's why business environment is important. It's always dynamic, ever evolving, and we have to change our business environment. So we have to change our business based on what's happening to your business environment. Okay. So here I have given you two reasons. The first one, organization exists and operate in the environment. That means like in the business environment, the business can't just stand alone. Even if they want to produce product, they can't do it without the support of others. They can't just make any sort of product and hope that the consumers will like it and hope that they will have enough resources to do it. It's all depend on the business environment. Second, the business obtain input from the environment and release process output to the environment. In a way, like since consumers are part of this whole business environment, the business purely exists because of the business environment. Okay. Then, so this is the business environment, but I think it will be hard for you to understand it in that. So we have the whole business environment. Then we divide into two. Internal, sorry. So business environment, it divides into two. Internal and external. Internal means like the inside. Then external means outside. Okay? Then external again divided into task and general. We even call this task as micro environment and general as macro. Okay, so here the internal business environment consists of all the factors and conditions that do impact your business, right? Then the second point is those factors and conditions exist within your organization. For an example, let's say owner, it's part of your organization. Then manager, your employee, your own organizational structure, your own organizational culture. Likewise, those factors, they exist, they are internal, they exist within your organization. Okay. Then external means these factors also do impact your business or business operation. But unlike the name suggests, they exist outside your organization boundary. And the thing is, you do not have direct control over. Okay, and then we divide this external environment into two, task and general. Okay, I will explain it to you in the further slides. Okay, so here, as you can see in this graph, first in the very center, you have the internal environment. That's the circle is in the center because those factors exist within your organization, right? Then, but it's outside the organization boundary, but little bit closer, you have your task environment. They exist outside your organization boundary, but compared to this general environment, they're a little bit closer to you. Then at the very end, you have the general environment, which also located outside your business organization, and you have no control over it at all. Okay. Is there any questions that you want to ask? Okay, so so now we will talk about the internal environment. So as I mentioned, internal environment can be explained in two parts. First one, it consists of factors and conditions that do impact your business operations or decisions. Then those factors exist within your organization. Okay, and like the whole business environment, these factors in the internal environment can impact you in a both positive manner as well as in a negative manner. So when the factors in your internal environment impact you in a positive manner, we call them strength. When the factors in your internal environment impact you in a negative manner, we call them weakness. So the thing is, with internal environment, we have strength and weakness. So strength, so I told you, the factors in the internal environment exist within the organization, right? So these strengths are basically the things that your company is good at. Then if we talk about this weakness, these are the things that your company is bad, right? So as a company, you really need to know what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses. So let's say for an example, so employees are a strength if you have very high skill level, right? So if you have high skilled and high productive workers in your organization, the chances of you being able to produce, let's say, larger number of products is possible because you have very skilled and larger number of workers and they're highly productive. So compared to other people, within an hour, they will be able to produce larger number of products. In other words, they will be highly efficient. But if you have like very inexperienced labor or they aren't that skilled, they are still in the training stage, that means that compared to the skilled workers, the number of products that they will be able to produce within 1 hour is very low. So if we say, if a company has very skilled worker, within an hour, if we assume they can produce 60 products, then these skilled people won't be able to produce 60. Maybe they will produce 45. So what happens is, if you get a very large order, like a 500, with these kind of people, the chances of you being able to complete that order with already existing workers is really high. But with these kind of not very experienced people, what we have to do is, if you get a very large order, then maybe you will have to hire more people. Then that brings you extra additional production costs. So it's really important in a company what is to identify what is your strength and what is your weakness. Because if you have strength, then we have to take advantage of it. Because then if you have weakness, then you have to do some things to make sure that they don't impact your company in a negative manner. Okay. Then we will talk about external environment. So external environment, so external environment, it means it also consists of factors and conditions that do impact your business and business operations and decisions. And they, however, like the name suggests, they are located outside your business environment. And also, you do not have direct control over those over the factors in your external environment. And just like in the internal environment, the factors in the external environment can also impact your business in both positive as well as negative manner. So when they impact you in a positive manner, we call them opportunity. When they impact you in a negative manner, we call them threat. Right? So again, it is really important as a business to identify what is the opportunity. As a company, do we have? What are the threats? So if we talk about opportunity, so you know Tesla. So Tesla is an electric vehicle and it comes to existence because of the climate change. Because people realize now it's really high time for us to be concerned about what's really happening with climate change, and they decided that they need to reduce on their carbon emission. So what Tesla did was, instead of going with the same gasoline cars, they introduced electric vehicles, which use electric instead of gasoline. So that's an opportunity for Tesla company. That climate, the high attention that we were giving for the climate change, that was an opportunity for them. Then, if we talk about threats, for threats, let's say there is for threat we can talk about this. So can you remember recently Trump imposed like they increased their tariff by a higher margin, right? So let's say if your company is someone who is relying on import, then that means the cost of your production has gone up. Because let's say it's because of the tariff. Anyway, that means previously, if you were paying 100 as taxes, then after tariff anyway, the amount that you will have to pay as taxes, it will increase. Like, so now you will have to pay 150. So, and ultimately, what companies does is this difference, they add it to your selling price. And what happens when the selling price goes up? The quantity demanded from your product, it will go down. So that's a threat. So here I have like drawn it in a diagram. So as you can see, business environment, we divide into two, internal and external. Then external again divide into two, task and general. Under the internal, we have, again, I'm saying, owners, then employee, manager, then organizational culture, you have structure. Organizational structure means like the way that power delegated in your office. So it's like this. Have you heard of tall structure and flat structure companies? It's like this. It's like this. It's like this. So there are sometimes where like there are companies who follow so many rules, right? So in order to get something done, you have to go through so many authorities, right? What happens is when you want to take a decision, that is, even if you want to, if even if you want to ask whether is this possible, you have to go through so many people to just to ask whether it is okay or not. That means their power, the final the decision making authority is mainly given to very few people, right? And the number of times that they have to go through so many people is high. Then, on the other hand, there are some companies, mostly we can see it in technology-wise companies, they are given the chance to be creative, innovative, and they also have little bit of power compared to others to make decision on their own. But have you completed O level or A level? Sorry? Okay. So, are you aware about the business environment? No. Some, okay. So, anyway, currently we are talking about the business environment. So, if you can take a look at this graph, okay, so you can see it's divided into internal and external, right? And yeah, so anyway, we are talking about the factors in the internal environment. So that's about organizational structure. Then organizational, yeah, then organizational culture. So when we say culture, it is a bill. We can't touch culture, right? It's like, so it's something that is built based on what a company value or their belief. And even in a company, like, so when you first go to a job, and on your very first day they will give you a what they call orientation or induction, and they will say these are the rules of the company, right? But at the same time, there are some things that is already implied. Let's say, yeah. So it's like this. So when you go to a government bank, usually the female workers, they are wearing sari. It's not like, I think maybe they have some rules, but it's somewhat already implied. And when we think of teachers in schools, we always imagine them wearing sari. Is that somewhat implied? Okay. And also, if we talk of and if we relate it to a culture of a company, in a technological based company, they are always encouraging the workers to always be innovative, to always come up with new ideas. It's somewhat like that. And at the same time, there are some other companies who just ask you to do what you are given and to just follow the same rules. They don't ask you to be innovative, nothing. If some sort of a task has been given to you, just do it and follow the rules. Things like that. Okay. Then, if you then we will move on to the external environment. So, external environment is divided into two: task and external task and general environment. Then, under the task, we have five factors. So, we have suppliers, we have a competitor, then we have your consumer, then we have substitute product manufacturers and new entrants. Substitute product means like there are things that a consumer can use as an alternative to your product. Let's say if you are a consumer who is drinking tea, but there's a substitute for you, alternative for you, which is coffee. You can move from tea to coffee. Then, yeah, then there are companies who sell maybe contact lenses and glasses, but instead in hospital you can go for the LASIK surgery. It's an alternative. Instead of wearing contacts or glasses, you can do a LASIK surgery. Things like that. Then new entrance means somewhat similar to competitor. So new entrance means the competitors that are trying to enter into the market. They are your competitor, but still, they still haven't come to the market. So it is a new entry. Then under the general environment, we have those factors. And I will be giving you a thorough, what you call, some sort of idea in the further coming slides. Okay. Okay, so I have given you an activity. You can take around 15 minutes and do it, okay? So what you have to do is just think of a clothing company. Just think of a clothing company, okay? So here we said under the internal environment, we are referring to owners, employee, manager, structure, and culture, right? So likewise, can you imagine, like, just tell me, so how the culture would be in a clothing company? Likewise, pinpoint five answers. I will give you 15 minutes. Are you a little bit confused? Okay, so it's like this. So business environment is consistent. Can you please bring your share here? Then I will tell you in the meeting. So business environment has like factors and conditions. Okay. So down the slides. Okay, I will start you from the business. Okay. So when you say something is a business, it has to have like three conditions. Okay. So first of all, it has to be an economic activity. So what we say by economic activity is that it is an activity where you can produce, sell, or buy products and services in order to satisfy a human need or a want. So let's say if we say someone is the people's hunger, Then they want a shelter. Likewise, you get that idea, right? So that's a business. And when it comes to business, they are always impacted by their business environment, right? Business environment means their surrounding. So this business, this surrounding have factors and conditions that sort of impact the way they do their business and the way they make their decisions, business decisions. And this impact, it can both negatively impact you and they can both positively impact you. Okay. So this business environment, as I mentioned you, like in the like I showed you in the previous para, it can be divided into two, internal and external. Yes. So internal means it again mentioned you before. It also have factors and conditions that do impact your business operation internal. That means those factors are exist within your business organization. Okay. External means that outside. So external again divided into two, task environment and general. Yes. So task, yeah, I will thoroughly explain those two in the previous slide. That's it. So under the task, we have like around five factors. It consists of customers, then yes, competitor, then we have customer, competitor. Then we have substitute product manufacturers, new entrants, and suppliers. Then under the general environment, you have political environment, economical environment, technological environment. So as you know, that on that both task environment and general environment are in the external environment. But the thing is, with task environment, I mean, we both like we know that we have an impact from those two factors, but we can't directly control either of them. But however, task environment is somewhat close to your business environment. It's located outside, but it's somewhat close to you. But when it comes to external environment, it's completely out of your boundary. So you can't do anything about it. Okay. So I think now you can do this activity. So here I'm focusing on the internal environment. So under internal environment, we have like manager, owner, then employee, organizational structure, and culture. So just think like what sort of employees would you have under clothing company? You mainly have designers. Likewise, fill those what do you call, fill those like points. Are you guys done? You? No? You? No? Like, are you willing to write if I give you like 5 more minutes, or shall I tell you the answers? You want to tell me the answer? You? Okay. Africa, what about you? Have you written the answers? Hello? Africa,
Yeah.
have you written the answers, dear?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Hello? Then, so you haven't written, what about you? What are the answers you have written? Sorry? Yeah. So what I was expecting was like this. So when you say a clothing company, like what sort of employees would you need? You need designers. Then you have the sales staffs. Then most importantly, you need tailors. Likewise. What else have you written? Then Africa, you? Hello,
Product.
Africa.
Can you hear me, ma'am? Product
Sorry.
quality.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah, product
Mhm.
quality, efficiency, human resource and skills, brand, financial.
Yeah, those answers are good. So for skills of employed, we need very highly skilled employees. So in a clothing company, we need tailors, then the sales staff, then we need designers, uh, like that. Then company culture, if we talk about like clothing company, nowadays it's based on the fast fashion, right? The trend that we have today, it changes. So that's why if you take a look at the website of any clothing company, they are like introducing so many collections, like multiple collection within 1 month. So it's really, when we talk about company culture, so we know clothing is there's fast fashion. So that means the trends are always changing. So that means we need like a culture that always encourage you to, like design. Like you can't expect to do the same design or like the same type of cloth we had in like back in the 2000. Now it has somewhat changed. Like even what we usually wear, it has changed. So even it's just the designing, they need to think of new ways. So there has to be a culture that always encourage you to think and design in a new way, right? Then also the other thing is customer focus. So even if for a clothing company, like there are so many occasions. It can be a wedding or it can be casual, it can be workwear. And we need different type of garments for each of that. And so when we go to a work, we expect to be, what do you call, wear garments in a particular way. So customers want that. So we have to design our clothing according to that. Okay. Then for financial resources, we need inventory. And then of course we need marketing. Like when it comes to things like clothing, like even if we take two competitors, basically it's same, maybe it's same, but it the matter of whether we are selling better than our competitor mainly decide on how we market ourselves. I think usually we can see so many advertisements for clothing under Instagram and TikTok, and they are always so very they're always concerned about like being interactive. So you always have to make sure that you have a good budget for marketing with things like clothing, because the like when we take clothing, like since it's just a clothing, there is not that much maybe there's a difference in quality, but apart from that, when it comes to design, if we take a blouse, like company A also has the same type of blouse, company B also has the same type of blouse. So it's somewhat decide on how your company market itself. Then for a technology, since you have inventory, you need a software to manage your inventory. Like there are softwares like JIT, things like that. Then, of course, you need nowadays there are like most of the clothing companies have their own website, because rather than going to a page and just putting a message asking how much is this, we prefer to go to a website and take a look at it and then do the purchase. So the clothing companies need to have website. Then organizational structure. Uh, yeah, there has to be some sort of a decision making process and a reporting system. Okay. Is there something that you are confused about? No. Then I have, yeah, now you have to do the same thing for tasks. So it's like this. So yeah, it's like this as in like, so under the task, we usually talk about customers, supplier, competitor, likewise. So if we talk about customer, then what are the things we should concern as a business? So if we think about customer, we have to be, let's say, careful, like be concerned about their preference habits. Likewise, what I want you to write down is like write each of those factors, and from customers' perspective, like when it comes to designing clothes, I need to be concerned about their what they prefer, right? Then if we talk about suppliers, we need to make sure what is the quality of their quality of their ingredient. Then are they reliable? Okay. Can you, like that, can you write down 5 answers for this? I will give you 10 minutes. Are you guys done? Oh. Now, what have you written? You have you written any answers? That's okay. That's yes. Reasonable price. Sorry? Reasonable price. Sorry, what price? Ah, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Then you? Sorry? Ah, okay. It's if you see just the economic conditions, it falls under the external general environment. So you can say like preferences, things like that. Yeah, yeah. No, it goes under political and legal. So it's like this. So when you say customer, only think about what the customer would like. So when customer go and try to purchase a clothing, only think of the things that will matter to the customer. So when you say customer, the most probably the main important point they decide whether to purchase the clothing or not is the preference. So that's one point. Then their buying habits. Buying habits means like most of the time when customers will buy something when they are given discount. So things like that. Then you say loyalty. Like now most of the clothing companies, that's why they issue that loyalty card because they expect the loyalty from customers and the chances of what do you call consumers giving loyalty for the clothing companies that gives them like maybe like deduct the pricing a little bit. That's high. I mean, here I'm only focusing on clothing, but if you take about companies like Kiehl's and Gloma, they ask like before like typing, scanning all of those products, they ask you whether you have account here, right? And when you give their contact number at the end of the yield, at the end of the bill, there are items that they have discounted. Like they have deducted some amount because you are a what do you call loyal customer of them. So think that's what goes under customers. Are you like is it understood? Yeah, yes, that's true. That's all right. Then Afika, hello.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, have you written any answers for that?
Yeah, three answers written.
Fine, it's okay.
Competitors, customer preference, and supplies.
Okay. Is that what you have written?
Yeah, competitions. Second one, suppliers. Third one, customer preference.
Okay, they are somewhat correct. So for the customer, you can write like things like the preference, what I told you, and the buying habits. So buying habits means most likely like how much people buy and the consumers prefer buying, like when they give discounts, things like that. Then the loyalty, like consumers do care about those things. So when we like when so under the micro and environment, then if we talk about suppliers can impact us in like the quality, like the quality of the product, like the ingredient they will be giving to us. So in a case of clothing company, the quality of the fabric, the accessory means like if you take a denim, then you have buttons. Those kind, the quality of those accessories also matter. Then the delivery and reliability. Are they like are they delivering the goods for us on time to make sure that production happens without any problem? So before doing the production anyway, we do need to have our materials. So are they delivering them on time? So are they delivering them on quality? These are how suppliers impact to us as a business. Then if we talk about competitor, the main thing is like the trends they are following. Like the market can have certain trends, but the trends that the competitor following also matters to us as a business. And most importantly, the pricing. That's also matter. Because I told you with clothing, maybe there's a difference in quality, but apart from that, it's just a garment. There is not much difference. So in that sort of a scenario, the pricing matters. The pricing offered by your competitor matter. Okay. Then for intermediaries, we can have the online platform, then the distributor, because sometimes, we do place an order and it will take some time. It will tell you that the product will be delivered in 3 or 4 days, but after a week, maybe you still haven't got it. Then what we do, what happens? Then after that, the consumers will stop placing the order with that, whatever that company, right? Because we know even though we place the order, it will take some time, right? So what we do is we will try to go for their competitor instead. Then investors or financial partners. So in order for a companies to grow, they need some sort of a finance. For that, we can go for investor. So yeah, that's about external. Then I have done the same thing for macro. Sorry, external, sorry, general environment. Here, that's when what you said about the economic condition, that's when it comes. Yeah. Now do the same for the general environment. reduce the emission. It wasn't even on. I just turn it on. It's still the same because it was clear, like it was not turned off. Now, huh? You couldn't think of anything. Are you done? Uh, we have one more person. Afika, hello. Have you written any answers for this one?
Yeah, ma'am. Technological, economic, demographic environment, cultural environment, and social environment.
Okay. Answers. The Abdullah must be his first name, right? Have you written any answers for this one? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you written any answers for this question?
No, ma'am.
Okay, it's good. What have you written? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, your answers are all correct. That's good. Okay. So for political and legal, I will tell you the answers, then you can write if you want. For political and legal, it's more like the trade policies. So previously we talked about the Trump one, right? So if the chance, if we had, I mean, like what we can do was, can you remember in the initial stage, what he did was, what Trump did was, he put like import tariff on the Chinese products, right? And as a retaliation, what Chinese government did was they import instead. I think they could not increase the import tariff, but rather what they did was they increased the VAT of the American products in their country. So ultimately, what happened was the end price of the American products, which was sold at the China, it became what you call expensive. And can you even remember? I think so. China was really angry about America imposing the increase in their import tariff. And can you even remember on TikTok? Like there were several TikToks of I think like producers in China where they showed like you didn't have to purchase this product from their original website. Instead, you could purchase it much cheaper from China itself. So for luxury bags like Hermes, they were really expensive. I mean, like almost considered as like luxury bag in America. And they said that you could buy the same thing for like more than I don't know, like for such cheaper price like purchasing from the China's production company. You have seen those TikToks, right? So likewise, so political, then labor laws. For labor laws, so in countries where the population is really what you call really high, so what happens if most of the time, since there are like a larger number of population, their unemployment rate will be really high, so you can get their labor for a much cheaper cost. So that's the situation we can see in countries like Vietnam, Bangladesh, China. So their labor is really cheap. But however, so Shane has this very this accusation that they are saying that even though Shane is able to sell their clothing for a very cheaper price, they say that they are able to do this because they are following the GIT, means just in time. So Shane is saying that they are using technology. So when the consumers, like even not even like not even they didn't buy the product at that time, if they add the product to wish list, what they do is they take a track of them. So what they will do is, so by doing that, they will know how much of people are interested for that one particular product. So after getting that what you call details, they will share it with their supplier through ER. Then only supplier will produce for that amount. So Shane is saying they are able to produce their costs, so produce their clothing for such cheaper price due to that technology, because there is not that much of a wastage, because they follow the GIT. They only start to produce after they get, after they get those statistics. So they are saying that that's how they what do you call manage to sell their clothes to a cheaper price. But however, they have so many accusations saying that they are taking child labor, or they are not paying their labor, paying not like sufficient wages to their labor. I think they even had to produce some sort of a report saying that they are actually paying those countries well enough. However, but many believe that they haven't even created that report in an efficient manner. So I think because of that, the country where they are catering the labor produce several labor laws for like Vietnam, and then import export regulation that then for economic factors, the main thing that impact us is the how much consumers have income for pay for us. So let's say when we take when we take a product like clothing, it's not an essential, right? So if we have an income, or the income that the consumer will have for clothing will come after deducting the taxes, after deducting the amount he or she has to pay for the essential goods. So in a way, clothing is like luxury. So in that way, it's really better for a clothing company. They have higher purchasing power or like higher revenue to allocate for clothing, because otherwise it is a luxury. So so under the economic factor, inflation comes as well. So if a country is facing high inflation, then that means if they purchase meal packet for 100 today, then it will be at least 150 by tomorrow. So now they have to allocate much more money just to purchase their essential goods. So in that sort of a case, the amount of money they have to purchase clothing is really low, at least even low compared to before. Yeah, that's and for socio-cultural factors, you can say trend, like for clothing, it comes and goes. The trends always change. Then lifestyle changes. So nowadays, a lot of people are into fitness. So I think so that's why there is a lot of companies like Incarnate, and those companies have really high sales. I think even in their Instagram, they have even shared videos like how many people were lining up to buy clothes from Incarnate. Like so many people. So now people are more into fitness, Pilates. So now there is a race for athletic type clothing. Then sustainability awareness. You mentioned that one, right? Yeah, yeah. So I think nowadays there are even several companies, clothing companies, where they produce clothing, using kapu and maybe even biodegradable like material. Yes. So, and I think I can't remember the name, but somehow they have take for their material. What they have done is, like there are garments, and there are like once they have made their clothing, like there are pieces that they leave, like that they leave as wastage. And what that clothing company have done is they have collected all those. Materials they have left as wastage, and then they have made their clothing using those leftage materials. So it's in a way sustainable. Then technological factors, new production technology. So in the previous, like in the very early days, they used like very basic level machines, but I think now they have so many advanced level machines to do the sewing. Then online shopping platform, then social media marketing, and even for macro environment and under the technological factors, I think now they have introduced this concept called buy now and pay later. So there is Coco, MinPay. That is also one aspect that comes under technological factor. Then we have environmental factors, eco-friendly, recycling, the climate impact on supply chain. And since Sri Lanka is mainly doing their business on the garment sector, I think nowadays a lot of buyers in the European Union, so we do trading with those countries, right? And the buyers in the European Union, they are really conscious about being environmentally friendly. So when we have buyers from that sort of countries, even our government factories also have to be environmentally sustainable. So I think because when it comes to producing clothing, a lot of chemicals are involved, and they are not good for. I mean, they release so much carbon dioxide. So in that sort of a case, they have to be really environment, like sustainable conscious about what kind of dyes they are using as well. Okay. Yeah. So you want the answers for all three. The last one. Okay. So under the macro environment, first I will talk about political and legal. Under political and legal, you have trade policy. For an example, you can even put like imposing tariff on Chinese products. The things like a free trade agreement also falls under this political and legal. Yeah, free trade as in like free trade agreement means, so usually when we export our product to another country, we have to pay tax. That's like the normal thing now. So if we usually pay 100 rupees as tax, and if we have signed a free trade agreement, let's say with a company like India, what they do is they lower that tax, or sometimes ask us to not to pay tax, because we have signed a mutual trade agreement with them. So that's fall under political and legal. Then labor laws. The no, the labor laws is like one factor. So all the factors I'm telling fall under the political and legal. Then we have import-export regulations. Afika and Abdullah, you two also writing those, right? Hello.
Yeah, ma'am.
Are you also writing what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ah, done. Then second, we have economic factor. This is separate thing. So under economic factor, we have inflation. Then income. Then consumer spending. Consumer spending. Right? Then we have socio-cultural factors, separate thing. Under socio-cultural, we have lifestyle, fashion trends, sustainability awareness. Then we have technological factors. Under that, we have a new production technology. Then we have online shopping platform, things like Temu, Shade, and even Dara. Then digital payment platforms or apps. Digital payment app, you can say like Coco, MinPay. Then social media marketing. You have TikTok, Instagram. Right? Then we have environmental factors. Under that, we have eco-friendly fabrics. And recycling regulations. That's for a clothing company. So if we say if it's a company who products, like telephone, mobile phones, so they have recycling regulations for the battery. Because the battery is not biodegradable, it doesn't like degrade. So I think they have certain recycling regulations for battery. Then, yeah, you can watch this video. So that's about Kodak. So as you like, if you watch the video, you can see they did invented the digital camera, but the thing was, what they did wrong was they still kept their focus on the film, the digital, like the camera films. They didn't expect that the digital, like the technology, it would be so should be so popular among the consumers, and they kept sticking to the films. And once they decided to, yes, that the business environment has changed and we need to get rid of this film technology and move to the digital film area, they were late, because by the time they were going to start working in that area, there were other competitors who had already excelled in that area. So that's what happened with Kodak. And that's the example I use to explain that as a company, that you need to change with the business environment. Just because you have one thing and you are currently earning sales, you can't guarantee that you will be able to say earn same number of profit in the future with the same product. Okay, I think it's time. It's 1 o'clock, right? So you can take your break, and after that we can do this activity. Yeah, you can go. Hello, Afika, you can also take a break from 1 to 1:30.
Okay,
Hello.
ma'am.
Thoughts, hopefully, 360-degree analysis, setting strengths, weaknesses, duties, threats. last week. Why do you want to say
Shall we take like a 10-minute break? Then we will focus on this. Okay. Think I didn't turn on my audio. Hello, Afika. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, ma'am.
I think I didn't turn on my audio for few minutes. Did you have trouble hearing me, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. So anyway, I will make sure that you guys get the print out like the PDF version of this the slides that I'm currently sharing. So I think all of the things that I talked about are in my slides. The only thing that you could have missed was the answers to the activity 2. So if I tell you the answers, could you write them down now?
Yeah, ma'am.
Are you ready? Hello.
Yeah, ma'am. Ready.
So for the activity 2, under the internal environment, these are the answers, okay? The
Okay.
first one, the reluctance to fully embrace.
Can you repeat it, ma'am?
Reluctance to fully embrace.
Okay.
Digital technology.
Okay, ma'am.
Second one, management focused on.
Okay.
Protecting film business.
Okay.
Instead of innovating.
Okay.
Third one, risk averse culture
Okay.
that discourage innovation.
Okay.
So next one is micro environment. First point,
Okay.
customers shifting to digital photography.
Okay, ma'am.
Second one, competitors like Canon and Sony
Okay.
adapting digital quickly.
Okay, ma'am.
Third one, retailers promoting digital cameras.
Okay, ma'am.
So next one is macro environment. So the first point is technological advancements.
Okay, ma'am.
Second one, changing consumer lifestyle.
Okay.
And preferences.
Okay, ma'am.
Third one, affordability of digital services.
Okay, ma'am.
So apart from that, dear, all the examples that I was talking are mentioned in the slide. Okay. So I will make sure that one of the admin people will share the slides with you. Then it won't be a problem. Okay, right?
Oh, yeah, okay, ma'am.
So yeah, we will start the lecture again at 2:40.
Okay, ma'am.
Are you still like somewhat not clear about what I'm saying, or little bit okay, right? So I will start the lecture again. So now we will talk about task environment. So now we will talk about each of the factors under the task environment. Or we again call it is as micro environment. So the first factor is the customer or the consumer. So like customers are, we call them the heartbeat of any organization, because the any business can exist as long as they have consumers. Because what business does is they sell or they produce or product and services, and in order for them to do that, there are need to be consumers who are willing to purchase them. So customers are really important. Customer, like a business only exists as long as customers exist. And also, when we talk about customers in business environment context, customers are the one who take the output of the organization. Okay. So here, so consumers, they get lot of bargaining power. Bargaining power means they get the power to, like negotiate, get the deals if under the following circumstance. Okay. The first one, when the customers are concentrate or larger in number of volume. So if you are a business who have so much of customers, then you have to listen to what all of them are saying. Because now currently you have of so much of customers, if you did some mistake, then like large portion of that customers will lose. So when you have like one or two customers, even if you do any mistake, only those one or two people will go away, right? So if we say, if you are a company that speaks like Sparsi law, and as consumers, we including Ayurvedic ingredients or very not healthy, like the ingredients that won't cause any after effects. As consumers, we will move to another brand, and that will be a huge loss because they have a larger customer base. Second one, when rival firms offer extended warranty or special services to gain the customer. This mainly happens in the technological area. So, like when we take any electronic equipment or electronic product, we always wonder who is at least providing that product with a 1 year warranty, right? When we try to take laptops, mobile phone, or even like fans, we wonder who are offering after sales services, who are offering warranty. Even when we try to buy luxury watches, we wonder whether they provide warranty. So if you compare, let's say, so in that sort of a scenario, if your competitor, if you get to realize the competitor is providing lengthy warranty or more special services more than you, then the consumers have the power to move to them, right? So then consumers can say, we are moving to your competitor because you are not providing at least this much of warranty, like that. Then, so this mainly happen when customers can inexpensively switch between competitive brand or substitute. As like I mentioned before, when you are providing essential good, when there is nothing so unique or something that differentiate your product from your consumer, then your consumer can switch from your product to your competitor, because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make any difference. Switching is easy. Then, when consumers have higher bargaining power. So if your consumer have a higher bargaining power, they can often negotiate the selling price, warranty, and accessory coverage to a greater extent. So basically, consumers gaining bargaining power means they have some sort of an impact in the way you produce your product, price your product, likewise. So here I'm showing you a case of the Blockbuster. So before Netflix, Blockbuster was a company where they rent DVDs. So if you want, let's say, if you want to watch this movie, then earlier days what they did was they would go to Blockbuster and then they would charge you based on a daily basis. So if you keep the CD for 5 hours, so 5 days, then they would charge you the cost for 5 days. And if you are late to return that CD, then they would charge you extra fees. That was the basic business model. But then Netflix came and the initial company lost. So that this is what this case is saying. Sorry, they're talking about Coke one. So here, what happens? Yeah, it's my mistake. So what happens is nowadays, like when we talk about Coca-Cola, we have a quiet taste, right? We drink Coca-Cola. Like with Coca-Cola, we have located a specific taste, right? Back then, so they somehow realized that between Coca-Cola and Pepsi, that consumers prefer Pepsi. Like if we like didn't tell them which one was which, then they preferred Pepsi. So then they introduced a new Coca-Cola flavor, and that was a fail. And this what you call video will tell why that business failed. So basically, so they try to introduce the new code. And as I mentioned before, with products, we assume something like we have like some memory of, when they drank Coke, they had a taste like aligned to the classic Coke. And once it was removed, people started protesting. So it was a failure. So that's why it is really important when you are doing any business. It's really important to identify what your customers are asking for, because you have to make your product or service based on what your consumer prefer. So if not, it's going to be a fail. Case, so previously I talked about how Coca-Cola's new Coca-Cola flavor, like it failed due to consumer. So this is a case of business succeeding due to their custom. So I think you have heard about this like not dishwasher, but laundry detergent. Yeah. Laundry detergent called Tide. So in the earlier days, what they had was the powder, the detergent powder. Then they introduced this Tide pot. They advertised they have this Tide pot, but somehow due to a issue or something, it delayed for them to introduce the Tide pods in the market. Then in the meantime, their competitor like Surf Excel, what they did was they introduced the actual product in the market. But however, their competitors was not able to earn high profit as they expected, because the consumers of Tide Pods, they were loyal. Even if they delayed to introduce the actual product, they actually waited until the Tide Pod actually introduced the Tide Pods in the market. So even due to their loyal customers, it was not such an issue to Tide. I mean, they were saved basically by their loyal customers. So then we have the competitor. So competitor means the people or like any company who are providing the same product or services that your company is also providing. So in a way that both you and your company, both you and your competitor are competing for the loyalty of the customer. Loyalty is, of course, the long-term commitment to your brand or company. At the same time, what you and your competitor are competing is on who will, like, from which company the consumer will buy the product at the end. That's what both of you are competing. So uh, so when if you say if your company feels like there is this competitor and they are giving you good competition, then what you can do is you can take some counter. So you can lower the price, add features, then provide services, extend warranty, or increase the marketing. When you do like these kind of actions, then consumers will start to believe you are better than your competitor. So the intensity of rivalry among competing firms increase in the following circumstance, right? So as competitors become more equal in size and capability, the demand for industry product declines, and as price cutting becomes common. So now when we talk about digital bank, it's like a common thing, right? Like every bank has it. But I'm not sure, but I think it was initially introduced by the commercial bank, the digital banking. Then it was adopted by the other banks as well. So nowadays, when we talk about digital bank, it's a common thing. So that's the thing. So even digital banking was like a such a huge opportunity for a common thing. So now they can't use it as an option. So when all of the competitors are providing the same thing, it becomes highly competitive. So that's when I told you this happens. Then rivalry also increases when consumers can switch brands easily. That means like there is no reason for your competitor to be loyal for your company. You can buy from A as well as B. There is no reason. When barriers to live in the market are high, when fixed costs are high, when the product is perishable. Did something happen in this place? So when products are perishable, so when the products are perishable, the competition is high because you have to sell the product before they perish. So, and in a case when there is no that much of a difference, and you have to, like when we sell our product, there is like a fixed cost and a variable cost, right? Are you aware of that? Okay. So when all of, let's say, you also say selling the same thing, your competitor are also selling the same thing. In that sort of a scenario, be competitive. There is a high competition because if we can't at least grab all the consumers in the market, then we at least want to grab consumers enough to fulfill our fixed costs. Did you get what I'm saying? No, it's like this. So let's say there is a market, right? And there are two companies, A and B, right? So both are selling the same product, right? So if the whole market share, so if there are competitors like A and B, right? Both are selling, let's say, pretty much the same thing. Right? So if A didn't exist, right, then the B would get the 100% share, right? Because A don't exist. The same thing would happen with A, if B didn't exist, the A would get the 100%. So let's say I'm B, right? And I get to know that lots and lots of consumers are going to A, maybe due to the faulty or something. Then what I want to do is, I know, of course, maybe I sell, my products aren't selling as much as A, but I want to sell enough product to cover my fixed costs. Because if you are a company, like the fixed cost means the things like you pay as your rent, the utility, the things are fixed. Then maybe labor, because no matter how much amount of product you are selling, you still have to pay for this. Ultimately, whether you are earning profit or loss, you still have to pay the rent, utility. So, if your company is capable of at least paying their fixed costs, then they stay, even if they can't get a higher demand, right? So, in a case, you know that A is highly competitive, means their product are selling, then what you need to do is, you need to sell enough product to at least cover your fixed costs. Because that's the only reason you sell. Because if you can't at least sell enough products to cover your fixed costs, then there is no point of doing that business. You also got it, right? You okay? Yeah. That's fine. Right. When consumer demand is growing slowly or declines, such as that the rivals have excess capacity or inventory. The third one, when the products being sold are commodities not easily differentiate. That's like the main reason that the rivalry between competitive firms are intensifying, mainly due to that reason. When they are not unique, or like when the products sold between you and the other competitive firm, there is not that much difference between those two. When rival firms are diverse in strategy, origin, and culture, and when mergers and acquisitions are common in the industry. So merge means, let's say there are two companies, right? And let's draw it as well. Any of you know the difference between merger and acquisition? No. You know. Sorry? Yeah, no? This one. Don't know. Let me ask one about the problem. This one, right? I have to tell them. Yes. Dr. Kishani. Yeah, so I'm currently teaching at the classroom one, and one of the projectors turned off, and we even tried. Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you. Someone will come. Anyway, I will tell you the difference. So merger and merger. Once you merge, you combine. Right? So let's say you have company A and company B, right? And A has something that I'm interested in. It can be, maybe the financial capability, or maybe the technology, things like that. A has something that maybe that I'm not that much good at, and something that I'm interested in. So what you do is you merge, you partner up with A and then do the business. Because then you can use A's technology as well. Then mergers and composition is something else. Here, the thing is the ownership of B stays with B. The B still is owned by company B and A is still owned by company A. Right? That's merging, but they're just combining. They're just partnering up. But you can't see when it comes to acquisition, you can't see when I'm writing there, right? Yes. Just
It just turned up, isn't it? Just let me know if there's any.
So did you see what I was saying under the ownership? So I was explaining the difference between ownership and composition. So let's say there are two companies, A and B, right? So I am company B and A has something that I am not good at or something that I'm interested in. It can be technology, financial capability.
Ma'am,
What I do is,
ma'am, can you adjust the screen little bit up?
sorry,
Can you adjust the screen little bit up? Upward.
right here, this one. Ah, okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Now can you?
Now, okay,
If you
ma'am.
can.
Thank you.
So what happens is, what B does is, B then partner, they just combine their companies together and we even get to use their technology or their financial capability. But thing is here, with merger, the ownership doesn't change, right? So B still belongs to B and A still belongs to A. Okay. Then in acquisition, what happens is A and B, if B, what happens is B purchase A. Okay, so now the ownership of A belongs to B. Right? That's acquisition. Are you also clear, Afika? Afika?
Yeah, ma'am. Clear. Okay.
You also clear, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
You three also clear. That's it. Hmm? Yeah, that's when this laptop is also. Yeah, that's coming. Now? Yeah, no. Yes. Is there a way to know that this is recording or not? Do any of you guys know? Sorry? Ah, yeah. Hello, Afika. Hello. Yeah, in your screen, does it say it's still recording?
Yeah, ma'am.
It's still recording, right? The whole thing?
Yeah, recording. Recording on progress.
Yeah. Then, as rivalry among competitive firms intensifies, industry profile decline in some cases to the point where an industry becomes inherently unattractive. So that means, let's say some industry, it looks attractive to us. You feel like if I join in that industry, I will be able to earn profit, right? And so many other companies do the same and they follow the same industry, right? So now what happens is so many people are in the same industry. That means your market share and the profit that you could have gotten, they decline, right? Then ultimately, what happens is those industries become unattractive. So you see, did you get what I'm saying? No. Let's say there is an industry you think that are growing or that will grow in the future, right? So what you do is you try to invest and open up a business in that industry, okay? And not only you, and so many other people also follow the same and do the same thing, right? So there is one industry and so many other competitors as well. So that industry is highly competitive. I mean, so many people are producing or working on the same industry, right? So that means less market share for each and everyone. That point it. You right. So same time, since so many other people are working on the same industry, you get like less share of the profit as well. I mean, if you don't have enough consumers, I mean, if your market share is low, of course, your profits also will be low, right? So then when like likewise, when one industry is packed with so much of people doing the same thing, that industry become unattractive means because even if you join that industry now, you won't be able to get much per portion of the market share or gross profit because that will be that's divided by too many other people. Okay, that's what it's. Then when rival firms sense weakness, typically, they will intensify both marketing and production efforts to capitalize on the opportunity. You feel like if your competitor is doing well, either you will try hard on marketing on the production efforts. Yeah, so I think earlier I told you how, right? So this is that video. Should stop. Yeah.
Okay, specifically, this is just a sample, some businesses that you see. Maybe you use it. And this value conclusion is business should stability.
It's getting stuck. Let's move. So supplier, when we think about supplier, they also impact our business in a like a greater manner. It's suppliers, they are the ones who provide raw materials to our business, right? And the quality of raw materials determine the final quality of your product. So suppliers also play a really important part in your production. So a supply chain is a network of multiple services and individuals that are connected through the flow of product. So if we take about the supply chain, it means supply chain is like this. So yeah. So for a clothing company, what we like as the main material, what we need is fabric, right? So fabric is made out of yarn. That's another supply. So if so if you can see, right, Afika, if I write name.
Okay.
So if you are a clothing company, okay, if you are the clothing company, then your like raw material would be fabric, right? If I have a clothing company, then my raw material would be fabric, and fabric is made out of yarn, right? So my raw material. So if I have a clothing company by A, and for A supplier, their raw material of yarn is provided by B. Right? Did you get no? Supply chain is like this is my clothing company. And what I produce as output is flow. Right? In order to produce these clothes, I need raw material. Right? For that, I need fabric. Right? Fabric is the raw material for clothing company. It's the ingredient. It's the input I need to make my clothing. That point you all get, right? And fabric, the fabric that we know, it is actually made out of yarn. Okay? So, if let's say this is clothing company C, I have C company and I get raw material from B, right? In order for B to produce this fabric, they need yarn, and yarn is the input or raw material for A. Did you all get understand, right? So for B company, their supplier is C. So supply chain, this is supply chain. Supply chain consists of so many other manufacturers and distributors. So what we usually have is like yarn, fabric, clothing, and after that maybe you have a distributor, wholesaler, then it goes to the customer. That's a supply chain. So the thing that we can see in like current modern supply chain is that it's not limited by the ownership and location. That means, so if we talk about Apple or iPhone, we know that they are, I think, maybe production is done in China, and their battery or maybe is designed in California. I'm not sure. So, like different components of their product is happening in different part of the world. So in the earlier days, if a company was doing manufacturing, what they would do is they would have one of those production facilities in one place and do the whole production process in the same place. But nowadays, what happens is like the supply chain is global. It has become global. If we take about the same thing, the Apple, now they have different places. I mean, like the places they do their producing, it's on all different parts of the world, right? And sometimes they would even, for when it comes to China, they outsource, I think, for the producing, but the whoever doing the outsourcing, it's not part of Apple. I mean, they of course they do like they tell them this is what you have to do and all, but it's not owned by Apple. So that happens. See, that's the example I have given. For Toyota, they have suppliers around 500 parts of the world through a production strategy called just in time. This is the same thing that Shein also followed. Just in time means so you only start to produce once you have a rough idea of the consumer demand. So what Shein does is like, I told you like when you go through the app and if you add a product to your wish list, or at least even if you click on that, then they have those apps that use those kind of data to forecast the demand, right? So then they will have an idea of it's not the actual, it's a forecasted demand. And once they get the statistic on, okay, so this is the forecasted demand, they will use the JIT to share that information with their suppliers. Then they will start to produce their product to that number. So there will be no wastage, and even like since they are doing the production after getting those statistics, also like holding costs, warehousing costs, those are low. They will, yeah. So bargaining power so of the supplier is high. So when we talk about factors like this, you have a business and these suppliers have somewhat of control over you. So this mainly happen when there are a few suppliers or when there are a few good substitute raw material, when the cost of switching raw material is high. So basically what it means is, so whatever the ingredient that your company want as input, it's really unique and it's not found in a, like not commonly found, then your supplier has a higher bargaining power. They have somewhat like higher control over you as a business, okay? So when there are a few suppliers, so when you like whatever the raw material you want, it is so rare. So there are only few suppliers. So whoever those suppliers, they can actually ask for higher, higher prices because they know there are only few suppliers, so you can't demand, ask for more. Then, when there are few good substitute raw materials, or when the cost of switching raw material is high. So that basically happens when the cost plays such a high factor in your product. So if we talk about, like Sparsilon, so well, they claim that they use Ayurvedic, like that they follow the Ayurvedic Ayurvedic methods to produce their products, and they don't use chemicals and they only use natural ingredients, right? So in that, with that concept, it's real. I mean, I believe that they are having high time finding the suppliers for their product, because they have to be natural. And here we are talking about like medicines, flowers, and things like that. So the people who can provide those things are also rare, and the people who can provide those things in larger quantity also rare. And this happens with retail outlets as well. So for retail outlets, if we talk about fresh produce, so vegetable, like they also need these vegetables in larger quantity, right? Not everyone can provide them, and they have to be in the fresh quality, and that's what they advertise. So in that sort of a case, so if I am curious and I can't easily change the supplier who is giving me the fresh produce, right? So what happens? What happens in most of the scenarios is uh, these suppliers give you credits and the credit period, and and most the peers and those suppliers, they have a great long-term relationship, because they try to find a supplier who is worthy, and then try to keep those partnership for a long amount of time, because otherwise switching is also costly. Many industries either try backward integration strategy or purchase from outside manufacturers. Do you need another 10-minute break, or shall we continue? Huh? Continue, right? So, backward integration strategy means something like this: backward, going back. Sorry? So I told him that normal supply chain goes like this. Raw material, like let's take the the clothing company example. So we have yarn, right? Then fabric, then the clothing, the manufacturer. Manufacturer, and we have distributor. Right? Backward means something like this. So if you are the fabric company, like if you are someone who produce fabric, what you do is backward, and you produce, you purchase, you acquire the yarn producing company. You produce like the person here. What comes before fabric is yarn. So you purchase it. So if it's for clothing, so you are someone who manufacture clothing backward. What you do is you acquire this fabric manufacturing company. This is backward integration strategy. Then if it's for distributor, so it's clothing manufacturing. Uh, they buy this clothing manufacturing as well. So this actually, I think we can see it in John Kills, because they have so much of companies in different sectors. They have for logistic, of course, they have for manufacturing, and it's really profitable because first thing is, I think you can even share data since you follow the same, like system, and then you can negotiate more and you have more understanding. That's beneficial. Then yeah, or either you can like purchase from outside. That's also possible. It is often in the best interest of both supplier and the producer to assist each other with reasonable prices. This is because otherwise they won't be able to maintain it for the longer run. Then improve quality, development of new series, just-in-time deliveries, reduce inventory costs, thus enhancing a long-term profitability for all concerned. So substitute product, the example I took before was tea versus coffee. Similar examples are sugar versus artificial sweetener. The competitive pressure arising from substitute product increase as the relative price of the substitute product decline. So if I am selling coffee and if the price of tea decline, then my consumers will move more to the tea. They will stop using coffee because it's much cheaper. Or the cost of switching products decrease. I think that we can see in the tea versus coffee. There's not that much difference. Then the new entrants. So whenever new firms can easily enter a particular industry, the intensity of competitiveness among firms increases. So that's what I told. So usually we say like a new entrant, a competitor who is trying to come into the market, they don't have economies of scale. That means, of course, they don't have the capital or the technology, right? Economies of scale means something like this. So let's say if I'm a new entrant, let's say there are two people, A and B, right? A is old one and B is new entrant. So both of us have a fixed cost of 100,000. That include the amount we have to pay as rent, utility, all. Okay. So A 100,000, both are fixed costs, right? So B is the new entrant, right? So usually when your target would be at least 100. Okay, so we are producing 100. Then our fixed cost per unit is 1,000. You got it, right? Then let's say for A, we are producing 10,000. Our fixed cost per unit is 10. So what happens is, so when you what you call try to find like markup, like put a price tag, we take this into consideration. So what we do is, this is the fixed cost. This part doesn't change. Then we add the variable cost per unit. You know, like the incur for the product, it change based on the number of amount of units that you're producing. So anyway, let's say it is 30, right? Then the total cost of a 30, 30, then the total cost of a product is 40 for an already existing company. Here, cost is already 1,000 and our variable cost is 30. And how much is our total cost is 1,030, right? So in here, let's say we want to have a profit of, let's say 20 rupees. Then we can put a price tag of 60 here. But if this company is also want a profit of 20, still their price would be 1,050. There's a huge difference, right? So since like out of these two, since A price is so low, there is huge consumer demand for this product because it's cheap. If A and B offer the same thing, like the same quality, and if you know you can get it from A for 60, of course, you would go for A. But B can't offer it for 60. Why? Because their fixed cost per unit is high. Right? And that happens because they aren't producing that much of units at the moment. So we usually say this is what we usually expect with new entrants. That's the usual scenario. We say this is what we call economies of scale. That means for new entrants, their cost in one product is high compared to existing one. Okay. To enter into the market, that's the economies of scale. They don't have that. Then all the special those the lack of also big point. Apika, you can see the screen, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
There's an internet issue. So strong customer loyalty, because for new entrants, they are just trying to enter to the market, right? So what they can do is they can make the consumers curious about the product, but still they can't be sure about whether the consumers will buy the product or not. But however, so if you are a company who has been in the market for so long, then you at least have somewhat loyal customers who are still buying the product from you. Then strong brand preferences. This happens uh, take toothpaste, if none, even if there are new toothpaste companies who will introduce new toothpaste with the same mint flavor, you will still go for Signal because that's what you because prefer as a brand. Then large capital requirement. Because with large capital requirement comes expansion. So if you are a company who has been in the business and who has a large capital, then the chances of you having few branches are high. Whereas for new entrant, they will only have one branch. Or maybe at the moment, like in a case like today, they will only be doing online business and won't even have a physical location. So a lack of adequate distribution channel, government regulatory policy. Then tariff. Government regulatory policies, like if we take that food example, so you are someone who is trying to enter into the food industry, and suddenly the government imposed several, they became stricter on those food related policies. That's like, then that's what you call, that's a threat for you. This doesn't actually happen in countries like Sri Lanka, but as far as I know, in countries like Japan, I don't know for what product though, but they have like a certain requirement even for orange juice. So, like in Sri Lanka, a lot of them, what you call, market that they are made out of natural orange juice. But in countries like Japan, in order for them to just to claim that, there is like a percentage given. So if it's 60%, then that their orange juice at least needs to have 60% of natural orange juice for them to claim that they have or a natural orange juice. Things like that. They even have for even like tippy tip, like in what happens in Sri Lanka is they will advertise like such a large image of the product in front of the packet, right? But in Japan, the amount or the size of the product they are advertising in front of the packet should match with the actual size of the product. So I think that's they do that for TPT. So despite numerous barriers to entry, new firms sometimes enter industries with higher quality product and lower prices and substantial marketing resources. When the threat of new firms entering the market is strong. So you as someone who has been in the industry, you feel like the one who is the new entrant is strong, they are competitive. Then what you do is you take like yours or offer financing specials. Yeah, so this is the one where I told you that Blockbuster company versus Netflix. So compared to Blockbuster, Netflix was a new entrant. But now the Blockbuster doesn't even exist, and Netflix is even producing movies under their own.
In 2000, Netflix CEO Netflix
I will collect one.
Today, absolutely. It's interesting. It's the most expensive. It's like a whole media versus something that's actually like a whole things. Something which is like ultimately, shades and hands. Sometimes we grow cheaper than stuff. So issues with use. Like and you just no, a serious fan. Into meetings and that's nuts. I told you store at the block I started. So it's a little warning. It's called simple. They use doesn't need needs. Service. Who's online. Ladies, it was interesting. I obviously attention, but actually, I have to wait. Okay, so I have made and specific things. I could read to and so spelling so we should just if you something for all you is the point and create a relation. What's the sense for something else? Information these things maybe to support. So they would $2 and $4 million and issues. It's some reason. Second, process and another technology just is easy to not that association but it's especially this such a I saw it's a small issue that there was I actually especially saying that this is but they use it was this name is super set of place. The public says, but one of special regimes cheap. So it's just a service. Technology and paid it out to be team. To set some first years, it's not a few. Subscriber base distribution. I tell myself service Charlie and always the options and as the way it's if you buy sometimes should something. And sometimes I think that it's functions so I can show this effectively these servers so that the little sugar maybe there and for these possibility to keep sweeping services that's small it's an imagination. But then something was it's supposed to be true. I was at the close to using the model position and actually incorporated model so creating applications and perhaps using whatever system it says it's business. I check the and transformations and I'm also somebody that subscribers. That's something in loss. And it just breaks the laws. By transforming and taking into often strategies and also for payers, you can use that so attraction. It's involved with somebody. So that's just around patients, places. That's about understanding this is in so you actually done just about other uses as a place of TV is streaming the whole side to use the change numbers. It's just a beginning. But I have words for girls to use this as a center, but it's but also shippers and such improvements. So we're going to change. These are the things that make people entertain. Shipping things that I do call PTV. It's surely that we used to say I his times. I can have absolutely to make it go and know what future there. I was these are just about that and those animation. It's not apps. I don't know. It's slow. So it's not all person else that I don't do that. So it's not what's but it should be. Vision, the last thing is track of other success. It's amazing when you technology changes massively. But it's a good idea. It's the end of that. It's the end of the it's the end of the needs and that. So that's it's something it's all into the base of the base. That's all it is. The question is, are you really? So in 2000. The Netflix.
Right. So then we talk about, like, we say that even in the beginning, someone, we told you that it's really important to, as a business, that we also need to evolve with what's really happening in our business environment, right? So, the continuously what we are trying to say is that your business environment is dynamic and ever evolving, right? So basically your business environment is not constant. It is uncertain, right? So, right. So, and the thing is, even since the environment is uncertain, sometimes we do not have enough information to predict what's really going to happen in the business environment, right? So, and also we really don't know what's going to happen. We know that maybe these factors do exist and they do impact us, that we know, but we don't know how these factors change and to how great an extent they will affect us. So if we talk about the time before COVID, even as any country was not that much aware of a situation called COVID. We didn't even heard of it. And even like in the very beginning, we just like we didn't even consider it that much, and we consider it as just a cold with some maybe even some severe symptoms. And but we did not expect like how severe it would be, the extent that would impact us as well as our business. I think the situation with COVID at least lasted until 2020, like 2 years. So that happens. We do know that the business environment change, but we don't know what factors will change or to the extent to it will change. Right. So business environment is constantly changing due to variety of factors, including a technology advancement, shift in consumer behavior, economic fluctuations, and global events. These changes necessitate that business adapt and innovate to remain competitive and sustainable. I mean, if a business want to stay in the same path as your competitor and to, like maybe outrun your competitor and stay as a business in the market for long run, then what you can do to survive, you have to adapt. You have to adapt to those changes. So we have mentioned factors driving change. Or change happen due to factors. The technology. So if we talk about technology advancements, I mean, like, the technology is always changing, right? So nowadays, now it's like this. So technology advancements can be in a way, it can improve like the productivity and efficiency of your business. That happens up to a certain extent, no matter what technology it happens. So even if we talk about AI, since everything becomes automated, the chances of having mistakes or errors are low. That happens. The productivity also high. Then when we talk about those the digital banking apps, that's also very convenient. Nowadays, like if we want to transfer our money from one account to another, now we don't have to go to the bank. We can just do a swipe up and then do the necessary actions in our app. So it does brings opportunity. At the same time, uh, it makes the business model obsolete, the existing one obsolete. The what we can say for this is obsolete as let's say phones. So so usually Apple is introducing new iPhone on a yearly basis, right? So they are introducing a new model on 2017 and then 2018. Then what happens is when they introduce a new model on 2018, what they introduce on 2000, the previous year, it becomes obsolete, the non-existing. So it goes on both ways. Anyway, it creates a change. Then consumer behavior. So consumer behavior means consumer behavior is shaped up by the preferences, value, and like the norms, right? And also sometimes consumer behavior are shaped up by the way companies market their product, right? So no, now if we say even still for the most part, if someone asks from you whether you like Apple or Samsung, what would you say? You? Samsung? You? No. Apple. Samsung? What about Afika, you?
Samsung.
Serious? Then we can't take this example. So usually, not in this class, usually what people would say is Apple, like, because the thing is like, there is like the Apple company has marketed their product as such a like a huge thing. Like, so if someone say they have purchased an Apple product, that's like a high thing, right? So that's how they have marketed their product. So yeah, that's also changed the consumer behavior. Again, value. Nowadays, people are really health conscious. With that comes, so it didn't exist before, but now there are like not ready-made meal, but there are companies who like, they first of all they ask you your preferences, and then they are your preferences, and what they do is, when if so as a consumer, if you ask them to send you meal on that particular day, then they send it. These like, and they are actually done after counting calories and all of that. And why this exists? Because nowadays people are health conscious like that. Then economic conditions, economic factors like recessions, inflation, or supply chain disruptions can significantly impact business operations and profitability, requiring adjustment to pricing, operation, or business model. So if we talk about this recession and inflation, this we actually Sri Lankan faced this during the time of 2022 because we didn't have that much foreign reserve, so we could not import product, and the government even put import bans, and we could only import essential goods only, right? So a lot of things like electronic items and our shampoos, like beauty care items, all of them became so expensive. So that happens in economic conditions. So what you can do in such a scenario is you can say if you purchase up to this much, let's say 10,000 or 5,000, a lot of retail company do this. They say if you purchase, let's say maybe Unilever products up to this much, you get a discount, or at least you get the chance to enter a raffle. You like you do these kind of stuff. Then global events like COVID-19 pandemic or geopolitical instability can create widespread disruption, forcing business to adapt new challenges and opportunities. What are the products that you think, or like what type of business do you think that took COVID-19 as an opportunity? What do you say? Easy. Hand sanitizers and those masks. Like, I mean, they do exist, but I don't think, and those COVID testing kits, they were also such a hit during the COVID-19. These kind of companies, they did exist, of course, back then, but they were not such highly demanded by the consumers like in COVID-19. I mean, of course, those hand sanitizers, gloves, masks, not the COVID kits, but other things exist in the hospital. But after the COVID, they were highly demanded by the consumers. And even the price of those what do you call masks were somewhat expensive. And I think back then the K9, yeah, that mask was around, I think, 200 or 300. But now you can purchase it to like a price that's less than 100 rupees. So that happens. Then geopolitical instability. For that, we can talk about. Can you remember the Russia-Ukraine war? So what happened was both Russia and Ukraine, they were actually producing large, they were the like main suppliers of oil, like any sort of oil, and even like the gasoline, like the fuel. So during that time, the price of the fuel also increased because of the instabilities that were happening in those countries. And I think if I'm correct, during that time, I don't know whether it's Russia or Ukraine, they were also somehow providing like a metal that is used to make microchip of the electronic. So whether it be a computer like that. And and producing that also became problematic because they couldn't find that metal, because the largest supplier of that metal was either the Russia or Ukraine, I can't remember. Then increasing competition. Business face increasing pressure to innovate, improve efficiency, and deliver better customer experience in response to growing. Yes, yes. So to sign here. Also for the students who are joining online, do I have to write their name? Ah,
Let me try that and put that.
you came like 1 hour ago, right? So
Right.
up to
11 thing, I'm down. Doing the thing.
yeah, so there are 12 then. Zeros, right? I sorry? Yeah. Yeah, you have to sign on the next side as well. Just put 4:30 and sign. I will anyway stop in the classes by 4:30. Yeah. Can you pass this one? So when it comes to increased competition, so if we talk about like a clothing business, nowadays if we look at clothing business in Instagram, TikTok, there are so many, right? So what they have is they have such an increased competition. So they have to always either improve the efficiency, quality, or the experience. So when it comes to a business like clothing, not only they look at the quality, maybe if they don't have a website, what they do is you have to put a message, direct message to that page, then ask for the certain product and their details. That includes service. So when a clothing company don't have a website, they like the way they interact with their customer through these apps, that's also considered. So that's why some people say, oh my God, they don't even know how to talk. So that's also important when you have such a high competition. Then government regulation, changes in laws and regulations can also impact how business operate, requiring adjustments to ensure and adapt to new requirements. So I told you that I think maybe they have regulations, European countries. So that's why they are, when it comes to governments in Sri Lanka, they always wish to purchase sustainable clothing because maybe they have regulations back in their country. So now, if you have a garment factory in Sri Lanka and you will not be that much sustainable before, and since this is requirement of your buyer, now you have to adapt your business to be more sustainable. So I told you, so so anyway, so I told you that we have to keep an eye on the business environment because it's all dynamic. It's constantly changing. It's not constant and it's changing, right? So what we need to do is we always need to continuously monitor what's happening with our customers as well as in the environment. So this video is telling how Netflix is continuously monitoring their customer.
Netflix wants to watch. It's their business.
So yeah, that will be for today. And tomorrow, lecture starts at 9 o'clock, right? And you will be come around 11 now. And you also come at sharp 9. So Afika, that's all for today. Tomorrow's lecture will start on tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.